Are we Gucci? Are we? Yeah, that sounds way louder. After our discussion yesterday, we have changed some of these settings. So we'll see how these come along. Definitely seems much louder. I'm not gonna know how much louder like the PC sounds are, because I raised those as well. Maybe we'll raise it a little more. Do like that. Let's get this stuff set up real quick. Okay. Oh, so I got fucking trolled today. Trolled. Like I added to the hyperlong position. I'm gonna put my stop loss break even. And then it came back and stopped me out. I'm like, okay, whatever. Stop loss, stop break even, who cares? I ended up losing like a grand on that thing with the fill they gave me. So not only did I not get filled when I opened the original position, but then the fill I get to get stopped out was terrible. So I'm very curious to see what like the volume is on here for hype. That's like 2 back-to-back fails with that specific token. Back to back. So took a little bit of a baby L today on that thing. Also, the way it happened to was pretty ridiculous as well. And where's this thing? What candle was it? I think it was this candle. It came back and got me pixel perfect, just bing, and then it just fucking ripped. Well, wouldn't have hit my TP though. My first TP was there, so whatever. Wouldn't have got it. But still, trolling my shit. Trolling my ass. Motherfuckers trolling me. Curious to see how loud this is gonna be. All this stuff set up. To fill this gap or not, Oh, so how about that juice box, right? How about that juice box we did yesterday? What fib did we have? I don't even remember. I think it was like this, right? Maybe it was like this. Whatever. I ended up rolling over up here, and I did get into like a head short up here at like 183, which is this thing. we did end up protecting the rest of the long. This thing ever fucking loads. Boom, boom. So we did get in here at that, what the first thing we talked about, kind of like doing this like failed auction up here, like losing this 2 levels. So we did take that to protect the long, that's the long thing. Also, I got watching about the TP sale on Solana. For anyone who was watching Solana today, this thing kind of just went crazy on like that whole like the Robinhood news and whatnot. So this is the current Solana position. I don't know any more TP set right now. We'll kind of look at that in a second. Fuck. So yeah, we now close out most position. We'll kind of see where we want to set our next TPs or look to add back. We were already looking the other day, but let's give it a bit more thought. Hopefully ETH starts to go soon, right? It was almost finally breaking these highs because our next TPs are over here. So it would be nice if the ETH one can catch up. But yeah, in terms of the juice box, like right, they got that short. Also had like the bearish retest of this. Also we talked about like the long. Where's the? What the fuck? Why isn't it showing anymore? What the fuck? Yeah, am I cooked? Oh, we gotta do some investigating on this. The poor low is gone. Where the hell's the other poor low that was here? It's gotta be because of the tick size, right? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with why. I don't know why it's autoing to such a low value. But anyways, where we talked about like cleaning this. We just talked about if we're gonna take the short to be aggressive with your TPs, probably for this exact scenario where it kind of blasts up. So yeah, kind of yesterday's juice box is hidden, right? Hidden in many different ways. Don't need this anymore. Let's mark this one out. Yeah, gotta be careful with this trading view stuff sometimes, right? Like, I don't know why this tick size is not like, I don't know why it's defaulting to this right now. That's annoying. Okay, we'll do another one. Fuck it, right? Just to be sure. Yeah, other than that, not much changed, right? Not much changed. Surprised we didn't clean these lows yet. Let's get the rest of this data up and running. Okay. We're gonna fill a CME gap or what? Or what? Oh yeah, the volume thing. I want to check out the volume. Interesting. Coin market cap. If it gets the highest volume one, there's no fucking way, right? How's it even possible? How's it even possible? Okay. That's gotta be fake news, right? Gotta be fake news. Oh yeah. Put this over here. So update our levels. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Let me get some food. Something to snack on. Did our groceries today, reloaded on the food. Bum, 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 bum. Not really much to do, right? Not really much to do, to be honest. In terms of all this. Like, unless we want to close out some of the short once we get down here. Not really much to do. Maybe we'll kind of look through some of the alts real quick later, see if there's any kind of long opportunities to present themselves for ones that we're not in. Or start planning a bit more for some of these. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Let me get some food first. Also. Yeah, let me get something to eat real quick. Some yogurt, some fruits. And we'll get it going here. Get her going. we back. God damn. Came into the gap and just fucking our yellow line rejected that bitch. Smacked that bitch down. God damn. Sent that bitch straight down to the gulag. So let's start tracking some of this stuff. Bum, 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 bum. Goddamn. Shout out to the math. Is this laptop like... I might need to bring this thing back to Apple, I swear. This thing loses batteries so fucking quick. I'm not even doing anything with it. Like, where's my battery health on this? That can't be right. From 6 p.m. to 8:30. This thing is at 60% already. Doing nothing but using Chrome. And TradingView. What the fuck? And there was like a fruit stand on the side of the road today. They were selling strawberries and raspberries and whatnot. I bought some of the raspberries. I went home from the gym. Oh my god, these things are amazing. Things are smacking right now. Goddamn. Oh damn. Just dip that thing in yogurt. Oh damn. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna put this away real quick. Damn. Goddamn. What's like an hourly candle? Time to get to the nerd out, right? Back to the nerd outs. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Viral Media, hello. Hello, Viral Media. How are you? Bum, 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 bum. Viral Media, good, that's amazing. Glad to hear. I'm doing great, thanks for asking, right? Doing great myself. Bum, 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 bum. I could minimize this window, god damn. Flash banging myself. Got any questions, my boy? Or girl? I don't know. Either or neither. Never know these days. You trading? Are you a trader? Dun, 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 dun. What page are we on? 144. Okay. Are we gonna fill this gap or what? Or what? How do these things all do today? Have a nice day, brother. Yeah, you too. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Hopefully, I don't know if you're a trader or not, but if you are, good luck with your trades. Not, no luck needed, but hope you have an amazing day regardless. Nice start to your new month, right? July starting tomorrow. Exciting times ahead. Is a full chart for this anywhere? is the full chart for this anywhere. We're not. Why's the volume spike so crazy here? What happened there? Odd. Very odd. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Probably wait for this to get flipped, yeah. A bit late to get it now. 3 evening, hello. Hello, 3. Something to that effect. I'm bearish. We'll find out pretty soon what happens with this gap. Go from there. $95K. Maybe that's a long way to go though. That's a long way to go from here. There's a bunch of like CBD bull divs right now. But I think a bunch of the higher time frame stuff is like starting to like pivot, right? We'll have to wait and see, right? I have to wait and see. I do if you're bearish, there's some like reason for that. Some like data. Because there are a lot of shorts trapped here, right? And like clearly they don't want to let them out. We've been trying to like break these lows like multiple times, can't do it. They're close though, they're getting close. Oh yeah. But see, the other day a bunch of longs got wrecked on one of these moves. Which one was it? I don't remember if it was the first or the second one. It was the first one. This move up with open interest spiked like how much? 10,000 Bitcoin, which is what? Like literally $1 billion of longs open and just closed right back. Closed right back down. Interesting. These protein bars taste terrible. I don't even know why I bought that. Don't even know why I bought that. But the thing about this too is that like at some point people are gonna start taking profit on this stuff, right? Like whether it's like Nvidia or like whatever, everything that's pumping right now in the stock market, they're gonna get a pullback sooner or later. So don't be surprised if money starts rotating into this and we finally get the breakout. Whatever, anything's possible. Going back to 95 would be pretty nice. Load up on some alt spot bags. Cause we did miss Sui. Nvidia CEO loaded 900 million with a stock. Yeah, they always do that. Like, you're supposed to sell them to the rallies, right? It's the best time to do that. With the most value for your shares. Well, I don't think it's not even that much, right? Like, what's their market cap? 4 trillion, basically. Imagine you one clip that into Bitcoin. Boy. I'm surprised like the Facebook or whatever, Meta and Amazon, like their shareholders voted no on that stuff. So overwhelmingly no too, like Microsoft. It was like 99% no. Plus, that one guy, I don't know if you guys saw this, but like this Rick Edelman guy, who came out and suggested having up to 40% Bitcoin allocation. Pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy this guy said that. Bitcoin on balance sheet will move stock wild. They can't take the heat. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I didn't consider that. Like, but I can't imagine it was gonna be like a huge percentage, right? Aren't they gonna allocate like 2-3% of their money to it, kind of thing? Not like 50% of their cash to Bitcoin. Oh, the other thing is that like the Dixie is nuking right now, right? Dixie is nuking. So boom, 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 boom. When everything is denominated in dollars and it's going, it's nuking right now, it's pretty juice. Market's over bullish. Drop would be great, but they're really not though, that's the thing. They're really not. Let's see what the fear and greed index is looking like. Getting up there. Thing is, a lot of funds were short this whole time and continue to be short, which is why we've been sending like no stopping, right? There's no stopping on this train right now. But yeah, pullback is due. Pullback is definitely coming, right? Can only pump like this for so long. Probably come back down and retest like the breakout at some point. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, then they might get haunted. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Oh, we're definitely gonna pull back soon, right? Like we're starting to like stray into like outlier territory in a lot of these oscillators. Kind of relief rally will be coming. People are gonna start to take profit. It's like a game of chicken, right? It's like who's gonna start taking profit first. As soon as people start to see others jump and ship, then everyone's gonna try and like take profit, and then we're gonna get the pullback. And then whoever missed out on this is gonna be FOMOing in on that pullback, right? So. If it was up to me, I'd want to pull back down to here and fill the gap. I want to get a juicy pullback. Yeet. I don't know if we're gonna get that though. Yeah, I want to pull back so you can take the market highs again. Longing at this level is too uncertain. Yeah, definitely. That I wouldn't be longing like. Whatever, like if there's some kind of like pullback on the way up on Bitcoin at least, like yeah, might have a chance to long, but it's like already like pretty risky at this point. Like we came from 98K, so if you haven't longed in like $10,000 move, you're a little late. Well, on this stuff though, hell no, no shot be longing like not the S&P or Nasdaq. It's not right now. Like until we get like a pullback of some sort, like a decent pullback. Like this one probably would not have been a bad. This would have been like the most recent one probably I would have taken. Thoughts on BBB passing this week? Lots of stimulus. Lots of front-loaded stimulus on that thing. Like I don't think like there's two options, either like shrink the debt or you just outgrow it. I don't think shrinking the debt is like a possible option at this thing, so this is like your best bet. Stimulate a bunch, have tech companies go crazy, blah blah blah, grow all kinds of different sectors. Hopefully the GDP ramps up out of control. Not out of control, but like ramps up sufficiently enough to cut into the debt down the road. Probably good for the markets. Gold spiking. Yeah. Boom, boom. Tesla taking the heat. What do you mean by that? You're talking about like the bill or like the stock? Where's the BBB heats? Aren't they like cutting some kind of like incentive for those cars? Plus also like the energy sector or something to that effect. Also, like I'm not from the US, so I can't say I'm sitting here like nerding out on that bill, but then they don't really care. Boom, 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 boom. Apparently they're ending the $7,500 incentive. I mean, they did this in Canada too, so it's not like it's some specific to the US. It's a lot of money to be giving out, right? Just to give 10 grand to whoever wants to buy that car. A lot of money to just give out for free. I'm more interested in the whole clean energy changes they're making. The bill imposes a new excess tax on wind and solar projects, raising their cost by 10 to 20%, pushing up electricity prices. Elon shitpost to government past 12 hours. Tesla took a hit. I think, based on that, possibly. I guess. I mean, I wouldn't not get caught up on like the, you know, it's just noise, right? All that shit is just noise. At the end of the day, Tesla's going to the fucking moon sooner or later. Like, obviously, I'm like not trying to be like a moon boy, but like, it's gonna be one of the most dominant companies in the future. Like there's like they're hitting like there's like S-curve technologies, right? Like energy, like robotics, automated driving, etc. And they're like involved in every single kind of like S-curve technology there is, like AI. So Boom, 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 boom. Plus, at the end of the day, like, this stock pumping or dumping, like, it's usually just the math, right? You get caught up in the news, you're probably getting got. Gap has now been filled on CME, okay. Dollar back up strong will be great on this week's news events. Oh, great for what? This would be the question. Because like everything is like denominated in US dollars. If that goes up, like everything else is like inherently going down. Andy Surfer 3. I'm paranoid, to be honest. I'm a little paranoid of this thing. I feel like everyone's waiting for this sweep, right? Everyone's waiting for this sweep. Everyone's waiting for this sweep. I don't know if we're getting it. And if we do get it, I won't be surprised if we go lower. To be honest. To be honest. Give me a little paranoid. Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and you shall be saved. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what Jesus specifically, but... Definitely have come to believe in some kind of higher power over the years. Plus, it's always good to be thankful. Also, a lot of studies are on like religious communities, right? Like higher scores of happiness within their communities. You live longer on average as well. Feeling of community, etc. Pretty interesting stuff, actually. So shout out to Jesus or whoever you may believe in. I was born and raised Catholic myself, but I'd be lying if I said I go to church or anything like that. The barefaced lion. Raised by the Sisters of No Mercy? What is that? What is that? Sisters of No Mercy. Oh, it's like a movie or something? They were brutal. First time ever hearing it, I don't even know what that is. There's only one God through Jesus Christ. Lack of knowledge of knowing God is no excuse for any person. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people agree with you. Well, also don't. End of the day, we never know. Do not be deceived by the Catholic Church that encourages worship of Mary. That is not right. Couldn't tell you, I don't know. Do they even worship Mary? I don't even remember that. Boom, boom, boom. At the end of the day, who cares, right? Let people do whatever they want to do. They want to worship Mary, who cares? Well, I think if I showed up to the gates of heaven, and then I'm talking to Jesus about letting me in or not, I don't think you want me to be hating on his mom. Just saying. Just saying. I know plenty of terrible Catholics who are great Christians, and plenty of great Catholics who are terrible Christians. What's the difference? Christian follows the teachings of Jesus Christ. Catholic is a Christian who belongs to the Roman Catholic Church. Oh yeah, I think I was a Catholic. I guess I am. I was. So I do remember learning about the 7 sacraments in school. Oh yeah, it also mentions veneration of Mary and the saints. I guess that's the one you're referring to. Remember, God knows your yesterday, today, and your tomorrow. Your boss does not know your tomorrow. The air you breathe is provided by God, who wants to show you his genuine love as a father. Yeah, I mean, definitely possible. It is possible. I'm definitely thankful for being alive. I don't know if I attribute it to God specifically, but would be nice, right? Would be nice. Someone's up there looking out. Nice, pleasant thought. I don't know if some people agree with that. You know, if your family just got blown up by a missile, I don't know if you're too thankful for God, right? I don't know if you're much of a believer at that point. The decision you want to make both now and future with God in it, you can never go wrong. Both now and future with God in it, you never go wrong. I mean, that's that. You can definitely debate that point, right? It makes no sense. If I decide that I want to go outside and start killing people, shooting them in the head with an assault rifle, sounds like I'm going wrong to me. God or not. I think there's better ways to articulate it than that. Go long. Yeah, Dog got to help me with my trades. Even though we don't need expertise juice in, but yeah, look over my trades, that's what. Keep my stop loss safe. Boom, boom. If very curious to see we start going lower here now. Or not. Because that is why God will only agree with only good and not bad intentions. Fair enough, yeah, fair enough. In that case, that makes sense. In that case, I can get down with that statement. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to God. MB, you sound like are you a preacher or something? Clearly a man of faith. Or woman. Also, were you the person here a while ago telling me to not swear? Is that you? Can't tell. Cannot tell. Asked me if I was Irish or something to that effect. Harris Kamal, hello. Hello. Hello, Harris. How are you? As we sit here debating the deep philosophy of life and the higher powers. Which hemisphere am I in? Who the hell even knows the answer to that? What hemispheres even are there? Like northern, southern? I'm in the northwestern hemisphere. Yes, in a trader, coder, quarter. I don't know if I'm meant to be coder too. Yeah, I made a note of that. I made a note to swear less. Shout out to you. Try my best, right? Trying to improve. I do swear a lot. Don't know if we're gonna be beating that habit, but we'll definitely cut it down a bit. Shout out to you though, trading and coding. I feel like half the people in here are all coding, right? Like are doing some kind of CS degree, like software engineering degree. A bunch of nerds. Boom, 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 boom. I tried any new trades today. No, I thought it was hard to stream, but I got into like the short, like up here. I mean, like the levels we were talking about yesterday in the juice box. I got into like 1083. Other than that, no. I got trolled though. What was it? I think it was this candle, Hyperliquid. Like I added to my trade. And then my break-even stop loss was like right here. And this thing came down and bing, got me. And not only that, but like I got wrecked. I don't know why. Like the slippage, like the order fill I got on my stop loss, like I got fucking wrecked. Like, not wrecked, but like I could knock it out break even. Which is stupid, but whatever. Other than that, no. I wasn't really looking at this too much today, honestly. I'm in the same long. I'm in the same long forever at this point. For more than a week now. 8 days. I'm looking to add pretty soon though, because my Solana got all the TPs hit at this point. This thing got all the rest of the TPs. Definitely looking to add back to that at some point. Hopefully you roll over here pretty soon. Just filled the gap. Jordan Peterson has some interesting thoughts on swearing, as he suggests those who swear generally are more truthful and start swearing a lot more. I mean, I don't really mind swearing per se, just if I'm dropping the F-bomb 10 times in one sentence, it's a bit much, right? If one uses the word higher power, note the devil that is evil is also that realm. Interesting. Yeah, wasn't the devil like an angel at some point? Not so much these days. Jordan Peterson is insanely overrated. I understand he won't get so much credit for saying absolutely nothing. I mean, no, he's definitely knowledgeable. What do you mean? Definitely knowledgeable. I mean, I don't like listen, like I don't, like when he talks about psychology and whatnot, like he definitely knows his stuff. I don't know about like political opinions or anything of that nature. I don't listen to him that much to know what his opinions on that kind of things are, but in terms of the studies he did in his field, like quite knowledgeable, right? But no, I haven't heard about that guy in a while. Last I heard of him was actually it's not true. He had that interview with Michael Saylor recently, but before that, it had definitely been a while. Plus, his book is pretty good, like good to read. What is it, like the 12 Rules for Life or whatever it is? I think it's in my room, or maybe it's here somewhere. Tony Robbins is overrated until the guy talk. Yeah, he's definitely a good public speaker, a good message. Can't say I've like sat down and watched like hours of him speaking, but I have heard some of his stuff. This message is for the other guy, it seems like. On-chain stocks have launched. Yeah. It's pretty interesting actually, the way that Robinhood's doing it too, if you kind of do like some deep digging into it. Like because of the fact that like if you're buying like the tokenized version of the stock on Robinhood, it means that like for people that are in Europe and other countries, like they don't have to go through the whole clearing process of buying the stocks for them in their name, etc. So Robinhood buys it and then gives them the tokenized thing on their behalf. So it takes like a lot of like paperwork / clearance work out of that whole process. Show it to my Robinhood spot bag, right? Things going parabolic right now. Things going parabolic. Juice! Big juice on this thing. I'm probably gonna be shaving some pretty soon, to be honest. It's starting to get pretty toppy. Very good book. Yeah, it was interesting. I think he has another book. I don't know if I've ever read them though. Oh, he has a bunch. I haven't read any other ones though, no clue. No clue. Pump and dump a log on BTC. I'm not sure what you mean by that. A log. You think we hit 250k or 200k in 2025? No clue. No clue. Can't predict the future, unfortunately. Neither can anybody else. Anyone that's telling you that we are or aren't, kind of just smoking that hopium. Possible, it's definitely possible. We wouldn't have to play it by ear, right? Kind of just look at the data as we go up. Look at the structure as we go up, etc. Level to level. Anything interesting to look at the charts? The CMA gap's the most interesting, right? For me at least. The fact that we like gap down, filled the gap, now we're heading lower. Are we gonna finally come clean this gap and sweep all this garbage, or nah? Or nah? Because it hasn't been looking too hot today, I'll say that. Like, how was yesterday? Yesterday's VWAP was like this, right? Kind of like something to that effect. Where is it? Yeah. So like we couldn't like break past the VWAP once all day. Now we're like filling the gap and potentially going lower. Seems quite likely we'll be sweeping this stuff. Question is, how deep do we go? If we go lower, right? I mean, no guarantees, but we talked about it yesterday too, right? How all the alts are kind of like in the same boat. A bunch of like unswept highs with like the Sunday pump. These things are all primed to just like nuke lower, just like one massive like stop loss cascade lower on everything. How much will ideal money a starter for crypto trading? Anything really. However much you're willing to lose. I'll say that. You know, ideally just paper trade for a bit when you start, get an idea of what's actually going on, see if you're making money or not, before putting your hard-earned dollars into the market. Especially if you have very little experience. When we get to the top, everyone talks about big numbers. Don't believe them. Yeah, everyone gets into the hopium train. Seems price strength have come down a ton, except the likes of Sailor and Mao. Well, it's like hard to, because this is the thing about it, right? Like, it's like... Like, it's like the adoption rate is like an S-curve, right? And like we are like pretty early into this curve. And this is like the hardest asset on Earth. Like it is just capped at 21 million. So when the adoption hits this portion of the curve, like it's very hard to quantify what the effect of this is going to be, right? Because you have to also realize, like, if this Bitcoin starts pumping like crazy, it's gonna draw a ton of attention around the world. Like, even more than it already has garnered. So, like, how do you quantify that effect on price? It's very hard. So, like, that's why, like, predictions are all over the place. And we might not even make it here this cycle. We might just end the cycle, like, still in this region. But at some point, this will happen. There will be, like, a pretty crazy supply crunch. But at the end of the day, you have to keep in mind, like, the whole, like, kind of Wyckoff, like, accumulation, distribution. Just throw up the chart, right? Let's just throw up the chart. Boom, boom. Like, you know, all the big players understand that you can game the market. Doing this on a high enough time frame. So at some point, like, people are gonna start dumping, right? Just because you need to shake people out, long term shake people out, so you can accumulate more, cheaper prices. So does that happen at 150k, 170k? Do we make it to 200? Does it happen at 300? No one's gonna know until we start to see what's actually happening. But quite likely it will happen, right? It happens to every single asset. Yeah, today XRP and SOL kind of pumped today and looking like lower. Yeah, thank they got my TPC on this thing. I didn't like XRP though. I mean, these might bounce, because they're gonna have like low, they probably already have like low time frame, like hidden bull divs, right? Yeah. Plus they can have like regular bull divs now too. Kind of like break out of this massive level and then like retest it and go. Just depends what Bitcoin's gonna do more than anything, right? Is this thing gonna actually come lower and clean this stuff or not? Or not? Or not? I hope we do go lower. I hope we do go lower because I do want to get some spot buys. $100. I can trade 4 successfully. I mean, in AI, I mean, you can open up a trade with $1. So like, there's no correct answer to that question, right? It's how much are you willing to lose? That's the answer to your question. Are you willing to lose $1,000 and no more? Then that's what you're starting with. Are you willing to lose $5? Then that's what you're starting with. Yeah, my advice, and most traders' advice, they always say the same thing because we've all experienced the same mistake, right? We've all had the fatal flaw of thinking that we knew what we were doing, and you started trading, and you got some trades right, and then all of a sudden, like, you experience some unforeseen event, then you lose money, and you're like, fuck, fuck, fuck. Should have been paper trading at first. So that is the advice I'll give to other people. Fortunately, I picked it up pretty quickly, but most don't. And even then, I still regret it in some regards. Because there are some days where I took some like pretty sizable L's after making a bunch of money. It's like pissing away like weeks of trades on like one trade kind of thing. Well, it wasn't that egregious, but like, you get what I'm saying. Get what I'm saying. Psych levels can do. I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly, but got a dash. Cheers. Yeah, shout out to you too. Not sure what hemisphere you're from. I forgot to ask, but shout out to Andy Surfer. Maybe he's Australian. Surfing up a storm. I didn't. Took me a couple of years for getting profitable. That's the case with most people. New Zealand? Oh, interesting. My sister lives there. Interesting. My sister moved to New Zealand like a year and a half ago. Small world. Small world. I'm actually gonna be going there like at some point. I don't know when exactly, but I mean heading over to see you. Shout out to New Zealand. Yeah, a lot of people it takes many years. I think, I don't know, to me I feel like that's more like a... Like I have a very hard time understanding how it can take people many years to get to that point, right? It's like, what were you doing for the first like X years? Just like losing money and like not improving kind of thing? Like I don't... Like hard to relate in that regard. Because I actually did like a video game, right? I just tried like whatever, tried or learned something, and if it didn't work, like immediately iterated on it. I wasn't just sitting there doing the same thing over and over. Best time November, April, summer. Noted. Noted. Is there a specific reason for that? Oh, November. I thought you... Interesting. That's like two quite spaced out months. Interesting. Interesting. I noticed that crypto traders are quite good at chart analysis. Not sure. Not sure. I don't, I've only watched a handful of people trade. So I'm not really sure what like the average trader out there is like. But I mean, I don't imagine it's specific to crypto traders, right? Like, there are lots of people that just trade like index futures that do fine, etc. Commodities, gold, blah blah blah. At the end of the day, the only point of using charts more than anything is to like, identify levels of interest with like good risk reward. Plus like take advantage of the math. No guarantees about the future though, right? For me, I got into the wrong strategy at the start, was wasting time in the loop. Eventually figured out what works for me. Yeah, I can imagine, I can imagine. No, I think what I suspect most people do, and it also seems that way from like interviews and whatnot that I listen to, most people don't actually like, bother to like go learn things in depth themselves. They're like, trying to like find like one person and go learn from them, and then it doesn't work. And because that person might not even be like doing like actually trading, right? There's some like grifter online, and then they kind of repeat that process. They're just trying to go find like the easy way out instead of doing the work themselves. Seems to be a common symptom that I see in interviews and social media. Crypto banter? I don't know about that. Crypto banter. I haven't watched that channel in a long time. Like I know like they've like they're in the know, right? They're in the know behind the scenes. So in that regards, they have some alpha. But in terms of like technical analysis and trading, I don't know about that. At least not from when I watched. Or at least not to like a in-depth level, right? Like you have to keep in mind there's like levels to this game. Like just because somebody's like a profitable trader does not mean they're like the best trader on earth. Or close. No, unfortunately, most of the good traders, we're never going to hear about them ever. They work for like the elite funds, NDA'd out the ass, using a shit ton of proprietary tools. Unfortunately. Also very different, right? Like, I think a lot of people don't realize that like a lot of these people, like, if you're trading at a quant fund, like you're not looking at the chart, right? You're trading a sheet of data, a spreadsheet of data, constantly crunching numbers. Trying to find any like mathematical inefficiency to be trading on. Like they're not sitting here looking at these charts and going like, yeah, like this level got flipped, like blah blah blah. Let Nomad explain this clearly. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I have seen that guy's videos though. I'm not sure one specifically, but yeah, I like that guy's channel. It's like a nice like I have very similar points of view on things as he does, kind of thing. He was the one that had the story about the guy that like fat fingered the oil trade. Videos interesting? Yeah, yeah, it is. It's like nice, cool to get like insight to like someone that like worked at one of these places. Cause you don't see it often. It's like pretty few and far between. Yeah, I do find that a little funny when people are sitting here thinking that like market makers are looking at the chart and they're like, still sweep this level, sweep the level, and they think they're gonna come sweep the level or something. It's not how it fucking works. Like, it's actually comedians. What was that? What was that? Plus, lately on my Twitter feed, I've been having some pretty interesting options traders showing up in here. They have some juicy tweets too. I'm liking it. Oh wow. That's so scary. Apparently this family was on a some kind of Disney cruise, and this guy's daughter fell overboard in the middle of the ocean. This guy just jumped right in to save her. But the thing is, like, the boat takes so long to turn around, or like get like a lifeboat deployed, that's like pretty easy to lose sight of these people. And the wife was on the board the ship, just freaking out. Happy ending though. Are you going lower here or what? Or what? Or this box for now. I'm curious if there's any other YouTubers like that Lit Nomad guy. Microsoft has built an artificial intelligence-powered medical tool that claims it's 4 times more successful than human doctors at diagnosing complex ailments. Interesting. Even I want a few YouTubers like him. Fortunately, all I know is him. Well, whatever. It's not like that particularly interesting. It's not like he he's not sitting there giving out alpha, right? He's just kind of just talking about stuff that happened at his work. I don't think we're ever gonna find that, unfortunately. Because the thing is, a lot of these funds, like Renaissance Fund, for example, it's like the head people like design the like algorithm, right, or the most of it, and then everything is like compartmentalized downwards. So like you might be working on like a certain portion of it, but it's like a black box to you. Everything else is unknown. And not only that, but like there's crazy, like they're all NDA'd, right? It's a crazy amount of NDAs in that field. On the chart, what does more yellow mean from the volume profile? It says it right here, my boy. Up volume and down volume. But yeah, I mean, tracking both of these and then mapping it to price, right? So like the most volume in this price range is like right here. Shorting VIX is also crazy. I never really pay attention to VIX too much. Like, I mean, I have it tracked, but it's interesting to look at. Somewhat. I was watching a video with like Cam Carson. He's kind of making like pretty good arguments for why the VIX is like not that great of a tool. Also, I don't know, like, is shorting the VIX crazy? I mean, whenever you get a spike, seems like a pretty good trade to me. Wouldn't be shorting it when it's just sitting here at like minimal compression though. Yeah, MB, if you want to learn about market profiles and volume profiles, read it's Mind Over Markets. So you read those two books. Kind of go explain them in a lot more in depth. A lot more than like, unless we sit here for the next like 5 hours talking about it, right? Because like there's a lot to these profiles. A lot of information to be derived from them. Thank you, no problem, no problem. There's also a third one that just came out recently. I haven't read it myself, by the same author, so I'm not going to recommend it just yet. There's a third one. What's it called? Yeah, Markets and Momentum. This third one just came out recently, so I have no clue what it's about exactly, but also a bunch of other books too, right? If you kind of look up like just the volume profile book, you're gonna find books about it. I think like Anna Culling had one. Another one we read. Or even like volume analysis, right? Just like books about volume analysis. Because it goes like hand in hand with volume down here too, right? It's not just the volume here. You have to kind of keep this in mind as well. Volume by price, volume by time. And how it looks like across different time frames. Because like on the daily chart, like yeah, I can see we got like X volume on a candle. But if I look at it like on the 5 minutes, I can see like how the volume is actually like changing throughout the day based on how price is moving, etc. Was there like a volume like excess spike, blah blah blah. A lack of excess, etc. I found it pretty useful though, personally. Bum, 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 bum. Personally. Now, the more I think about this shorting VIX thing, like it's a pretty good idea, isn't it? Because then it never remains up there either, that's the thing. It's like a mean reversion is like almost guaranteed. Hedge funds does that too. We're short the VIX. I'm sure some do. There's tons of like, or like there's different ways to like monetize volatility through like options. I'm sure they all do some all kind of weird, not weird, but like strategies based around that. Do I pay for my trading view? Yeah, I do. Whatever, I use it as like a write-off. Like any kind of trading expense I have. So it's like included as like a business expense. So I gotta pay for it, but it gets like taken away from my taxable income, kind of thing. I don't really need to pay for it though. I think it offers like most things, doesn't it? For free? I don't recall. Actually, no, I don't think the TPO is offered, right? You can use ATAS though. Okay, if you go get the crypto version of this, you can get like TPO charts and whatnot for free. At least as far as I'm aware, maybe that's not true anymore, but it used to be. So other than that, I don't know what other options like TradingView offers or like what the free version doesn't offer. TradingView tier plans. No more than 3 indicators. Whatever. What if I just have two different charts with 3 indicators each? I put all the oscillators on one chart, and then put like the visible volume profile on the other. Pretty expensive though. Pretty expensive, I suppose, looking at the pricing of this stuff. Especially given how shit it is. The amount of problems with this program pisses me off. Lack of customization, etc. Like even back testing is a pain in the ass. If you want to go on this chart and kind of back test on like the 5 minute or something, you can't. It doesn't go that far back. Let's just see how far this thing goes. Up until April of this year. No customizable hotkeys. Can't change like the way the TPO looks at all. The coding in it is terrible. I don't know why they have Pine script. I don't know who decided it thought it was a good idea to make that. It runs horribly. Pain in the ass to use. A lot of gripes with this thing for sure. Plus, I've never traded like through TradingView, but apparently it's not that great either, which just doesn't surprise me one bit. It surprised me one bit. ExoCharts is definitely way better. Like the only pro at TradingView has in that regard is like you can use the community indicators. A lot of interesting stuff people have made, or at least give you ideas to make your own, like iterate on it. Yeah, but when it comes to like footprint charts or like any kind of an advanced candle chart, like a candlestick chart, TradingView is really lacking. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Where'd my tab go? Oh. I'm tired of waiting, god damn. I've been waiting for us to break this 109 level or go lower this whole week, right? Sitting around waiting. The thing is, I've had this trade open since, like, this started out with the FOMC short. So like, these trades are like a little too big for my general liking normally. So I'm not trying to like add to them anymore at this point. I'm trying to size them down if anything. Until we like make a one decisive move one way or the other. It's just how it goes. No volume. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. And it was the weekend, so we'll see how the rest of the week plays out. Plus, it's also like a shortened week. Apparently, Thursday's a half day. Like, Thursday's a half day, and then Friday market's closed. So, I don't know if I'm expecting a whole lot this week either, to be honest. Move is definitely brewing though, right? It's like pretty low volatility. Look, definitely looking pretty sus though. That looks like it wants to go lower for sure, right? We were so close to breaking out yesterday too. We were 1,000 Bitcoin away from breaking to the upside. 66% of those walls got chewed up, and then we ran out of ammo. If anything, we should be looking at some alts. We have been taking some of the alt trades. We took like, the Hyperliquid one, we took the Link one. which probably should keep watching those. I'm sure some, at least one of them has to be like near some kind of like setup brewing, right? Marcos M off. Yeah, shout to you, shout to MB, shout to God. You enjoy the rest of your day, night, wherever you may be. We have a beautiful start to your July, new month. Hopefully you can lick a... What the hell's going on with Algorand? What the hell? What the hell's going on over here? Might be having a short brewing here right now. Interesting. Okay, let's keep that open. What the hell? Like, in some ideal world, sure, you probably want a long Celestia, but this thing is just like going lower and lower and lower, right? Like, where would you even put a stop loss for this? If I want to hit the long this, like, you don't even know, right? Quite like these things when they get tagged, it looks like. There are some pretty big divs for them in the higher time frames. Here's what the rest of this data is looking like. What's the funding on this thing? So at one point earlier this year, Celestia had like crazy negative funding, and that thing ended up pumping like crazy out of that thing. I'm surprised to see that again. Other than that, it's either like Pengu and Algo. Pengu. And this thing is like risking getting running over by the meme gang. Interesting. Looking pretty 3 drivey, right? Definitely something like Long's brewing too, right? Like Injective with like those potential long territory pretty soon. But if this thing starts to roll over, it's hard to say. Do we have levels up with this chart? Where's our... Did we delete our levels? Oh wow. Damn, we deleted all the levels in the chart. Hmm. Music is done. It's gonna be pretty juicy. It's gonna be pretty fucking juicy, actually. Hmm. Sure, this makes it down here. I mean, obviously those higher targets are definitely some hopium. What's this thing doing? Let's look at this thing. What's going on over here, right? What the fuck is Algorand pumping? What kind of clown fiesta is this? We late? Potentially too late? I don't know if it's even gonna make it up here. Need some water. Hey, stand up. Need some water. Be a little late on this thing. Actually, Bitcoin starts rolling over. In terms of like a short, probably like one of the better charts. Everything else is already like started nuking. Might have to go with Algorand. We have to squeeze our way into this thing. Let's look at some data when I get back and get a better idea what's going on. Also, bad timing, right? Ideally, we were already prepared for this. Ideally, we were already getting filled. Ding, ding. The timing matters so much, right? It's the difference between getting your chance to get your stop loss break even or not. The timing matters a lot. Because if I get it now, it's gonna be easy to just reverse and go to the next level. Whereas if I got like filled on the way up and then it puts the bounce in, just boom, I'm already break even, worst case. Get some water though and see what's going on here. Is there some kind of squeeze going on or what? I think this thing is infected. God damn. Oh yeah. I'll go Rand. That's funny. Bears in the auction. It definitely seems like it, right? How's the order flow looking? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, seems like it. That's why gaps are so useful, right? We've been expecting this since the gap. Filled this thing and been going lower ever since. Shout out to them gaps. BTC drop, alt's gonna get hit hard. Yeah, yeah. I was talking about this yesterday. So a lot of the alts are like in the same kind of chart. Just finding an example. Like this kind of thing. Let's just power through you and see how many of these alts are in the exact same structure. Yeah, like a lot of them, right? A lot of these things. They're all like this kind of thing. They kind of went up, and then on Sunday, like they did the pump, and today they did the other pump. Probably pinned to like the divs, right? Yeah. There's a bunch of like unswept lows to sweep on all this garbage. I'm sure people are over leveraged to the tits too, thinking that we were gonna break our all-time high here, kind of thing. I'd be surprised at all if they have some crazy open interest going on. Hopefully though. So I do want to add back to the Solana long. I'm like nothing left at this point. Thing is, this move happened so late last night. Like kind of nuke on Bitcoin. And look, my only priority was to get into a short to like protect the long, so I didn't get into any shorts really. So right now I don't really have like, any short exposure, which kind of feels bad given the fact that these things are all moving down like this. So I'm hoping to hop into this Algorand thing right now. I'm just trying to check the data right now last second and see what's going on here. Sol and Sol R to what I'm eyeing. Yeah, I'm curious because the thing about Sol is like they announced today. I think like didn't one of the ETFs get announced today, or like some kind of like ETF type product with staking. So also have to be a little bit careful because people are probably gonna be dumping into that. Because this thing has been looking pretty strong for a while, right? So people were definitely front running this. We'll check this out in a second. Let me look at this Algorand thing. Dumped my Sol alt on the pump. Oh, I didn't even look, but yeah, I'd imagine a bunch of like those Sol meme coins and like Radium, Orca Swap, and like all that stuff probably pumped. Jupiter perhaps. What's going on here? I'm pretty sure Solana wasn't there some kind of like isn't it being used in one of the announcements today for the tokenized stocks? Solana is the blockchain being used for that. Not mistaken. On top of the ETF news. Arbitrum, yeah, oh yeah, Arbitrum, you're correct. Arbitrum. Yeah, because Arbitrum got a pretty big pump as well. At least on the weekend. I don't think we have that on our list either. Completely forgot about that. Let's toss that on there. Because Arbitrum is like the main like UI entry point for Hyperliquid right now. It's quite interesting. Interesting. What is wrong with this shit right now? Oh nice, I don't know much about ERC20 ecosystem, but hype not stopping. $40. Yeah, I got into a hype long. It was here maybe? Or no. Oh, it was here, it was this thing. Like watching this. I got trolled though, I got trolled. Because I was waiting to see if we were gonna like swing fail this. Which we did. And then I got in on like this kind of breakout. But I only got filled on 1% of my order. And it ended up just running. So not exactly the most bountiful of trades there. And then today I went to add to it and like I got even trolled even harder. I added here. And then it came, stopped me out pixel perfectly. And my stop loss was break even. But like the fill that they gave me for my order, like I lost money. So pretty stupid, but if we get a nice pullback, definitely gonna want to try to add some Hyperliquid to my spot bag. But I want like a nice pullback though. Pullback will be good to 20s. Ooh, I don't know if it's going that low. Bitcoin have to nuke pretty hard for that. It's certainly possible, but definitely need Bitcoin's help in hand on that one. We'll have to see what the demand is like down here, because like, there's a world where we come down here and it's just like overwhelming demand, right? Just immediately shoot back up. And same applies for any level on the way down, but you get what I'm saying. What is going on here? Boom, 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 boom. Like, I don't know, if we got like a good, if Bitcoin gives us like a nice pullback. Probably gonna load up on like Sui, Hyperliquid. Probably some kind of stable coin play. And then like Fartcoin / some kind of other meme. Maybe Tau. And Pepe. I want the dead pullback this week with news events. And we'll see. We have a lot of labor market data this week, so yeah, we'll see. Plus tomorrow, like a bunch of like the bank, not the bank, the central bank chairs are speaking. Like the European Central Bank chair, the Britain's Central Bank chair, Japan's, and Powell, all like yapping at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. We have the labor market data at 10 a.m. Farcoin also, yeah. Yeah, Fartcoin as well. I think I mentioned it, didn't I? Maybe I forgot. Because at the end of the day, you can't like ignore strength, right? Like strength in numbers. when something like that has like so much mind share and everyone's talking about it, it's probably gonna pump pretty freaking hard. It's like one thing I wish I'd like if looking back in time, I'd definitely do a little bit different about my trading. Cause sometimes it's better to just like get into those trades than it is to like find like a clean setup on a chart. Cause like you'll find some like setup, and like sure the trade might end up playing out, but it's gonna be like really slow, right? Like no volume, cause just no one's paying attention to it. Right? If you just like get in on like one of like the things with like high mind share early, or get in on like one of the first pullbacks, it just sends like crazy, right? Want to buy memes? I always lost money on them, so on the sides. Yeah, I've never really dabbled in meme coins. Like I have like I had Whiff and I added some more in like the recent pullback. And I have what's it called? Like Pepe and Doge. I think there's like the three. I think I posted in the Discord. Is there anything else? I think it's just those three. Yeah, I've never been like in the trenches trying to find meme coins. Like, too scammy, right? Too scammy, too risky. It's not worth it. Plus, like all the bots, right? There's so much botting, like on those low cap coins. I actually can do that myself, honestly. Cause that'd be a pretty interesting side project. Nice, what's the ticker? Ticker for what? Ticker for what? Said you made a meme? No, I said I wanted to make like a bot to trade them or like snipe them. Cause you'll see like if you ever go on like Bird's Eye or Dex Tools and like, look at the transactions, it's like mostly botting. People are just buying and selling it for like pennies of a difference. I'm sure it must be somebody's got to be doing that profitably. Well, for sure there is, because you can look at some of the accounts. Like, you can see their P&Ls. No, I never made a meme though. Yeah, half the transaction count was from bots. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people casually ignore that when talking about, oh, Solana has like so many transactions, blah blah blah. It's like literally like 9% of it just bots, wash trading memes. The day doesn't matter though. It's not like a bad thing about Solana. The fact that it can like handle that is a good sign. But the thing like what Solana is the staking rewards. Like the staking is so much higher than ETH, the payout. And right now they're averaging like 7%, 7.5%. After 3 years of staking at that rate, you've increased your position size by 25%. It's pretty crazy, right? Because there are a lot of people that have a lot of SOL staked. So that's a lot of money you're getting. Especially if this thing ends up sending to like whatever it ends up going to. They make the memes and make the boss trade and get the hype. I don't even know if it's even that. People are literally just buying and selling for like pennies of a difference. But it adds up, it adds up. If you're doing it correctly. Oh my god. We haven't closed above the golden pocket once for how long has it been? 6 hours basically at this point. God damn, god damn. Nice bounce on BTC. I mean, yeah, they're trying. They're definitely trying. Because there's a bunch of like there's been a bunch of CBD bull divs or multiple exchanges down here. So they're definitely not trying to let this thing go. Hanging on. How's the order book looking actually? Whatever. Yeah, aside from those like hidden bull divs, there's like hard to say at this point. Whatever team runs out of money first is gonna lose, basically, right? Same thing that happened up here. We're trying to break this wall, boom, 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 boom. Eventually, just ran out of buy money. Ain't no predicting who's gonna win that. Time is it? 11:30. It's time for bed. Boom, boom, boom. This thing coming along. I was waiting to see if this thing kind of did one of these. Because this is like that value node level that we marked out earlier. To be like a failed auction right at the top of value. So far, nada. Have to be a bit more patient with this thing. If it makes it to these levels or not, or not. Or not. Or no. We'll put an alarm down here as well. Because you get distracted. Very curious to see the reaction down here. If we even go. fuck? Boom, 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 boom. 15 minutes for this 4-hour candle. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. About to say that. And not looking too hot, right? For bullish at least. One thing about this is like first of all, I wouldn't be surprised if we were reversed here, low key, right? Leaving like all these shit highs to get cleaned, plus this. I'm not be surprised at all if we go over, because like they're struggling, right? They're trying to get us down, but like, they're struggling. And that's been the case for a while now. Like bulls have been kind of like bullying for a while. We were really close to breaking out here yesterday. There's 3,000 Bitcoin here, and we got down to like 1.2K in like, what is this, 2 hours, 3 hours? So a little bit more, you would have blasted through the zone. So I'm very curious to see the reaction down here. Like if we come down here and it's like an immediately like some massive hammer candle right back up. Look out, right? Look out. Look out to the upside. How far is the gap down here? 1290. 1290 or so. Six 1-6. We're curious to see how these are developing too. If we get a bit of like a pullback on the indexes, to like retest this zone, would have confluence nicely with this move. I mean, we'll see. We will see. As long as we got everything in mind, we'll be chilling, prepared. Also, are we gonna find out if strategy gets included into the S&P 500 tomorrow? Is that when the announcement is, or potential announcement of acceptance or denial? Could just got added to the Russell. Yo, brother, interesting area. Yeah, definitely interesting area for show. Battling it out. In the order book. Boom, 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 boom. It'd be nice if we get out of here finally, right? Can we just make a decision one way or the other? Testing of my patience. Boom, 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 boom. It's hard to focus on this chop. Yeah, now's like a hard time to get into a trade. I wouldn't want to be wanting to like trade this too much. I wouldn't be as bothered if I had gotten into some like alt shorts up here. But it's like so late last night, and my only thing I wanted to do was make sure like I like left my long hedged. So I was waiting to see what happened here. Then as soon as that happened, I'm like, okay, cool. Open that thing and called it a night. Couldn't be bothered to sit there and like check out all the other alts and like to go look up the data for all of them, blah blah blah. Because it was already quite late. It was like when? Like 2 in the morning. Like I stopped streaming and I stayed awake like on doing this shit. Cause in terms of the longs, like I'm chilling. Like I'm still like in the Solana long, still in the ETH long, still in the Bitcoin long. And the Solana long was juice. Today we got the rest of our TPs hit on that thing. Just don't have any downside exposure aside from the hedge short. If we come down there here and like swing fail this shit though, or like any of these like levels that we've been talking about for a while, like I'm just gonna take profit on that thing. Fuck the hedge. Fuck the hedge. 5 minutes left on this 4-hour candle. God damn. Trader so suh. Yeah, where's this announcements? Cause that'd be pretty crazy, right? If strategy gets added to S&P 500, it'd be pretty crazy. That's like a lot of like passive inflows over time repeatedly. Oh, that's stupid. They've officially qualified for consideration of the S&P 500 inclusion in September. Interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. Especially if it ends up getting up the rankings in the S&P, because like people like also typically like allocate by like ranking. So the higher they get, like the more passive allocation they're getting. Hopefully. That'll be big juice. The more I think about it, I think the more I don't want to sell any of this on that tax-free account. The more I think about it, the more I want to sell a single dollar from that thing. fuck? Wanna from this candle? Oh my god, oh my god. Few dudes I watch say that they have been in the game for a minute. See, the longer they stay in, the less they want to sell their bags. Just long term them, only add. Like, I definitely want to get out if there was a bear market kind of thing. It also depends, like, that's the other thing. It depends how low we go in the bear market. Because if it wasn't for, like, how these accounts work, I'd definitely be selling some. But the way that these accounts work, it's like... Like, I'm taking advantage of it almost. Or like I have taken advantage of it at this point, and if I sell it now, I might be like really screw myself over down the road. Because okay, so like I put in like 100K in this thing. And like that has grown to like a substantial amount. Right, we'll just call it X. And I can sell this entire thing right now and get my money out tax free or whatever, like the cycle like looks toppy. But then the problem is that if I want to like reload this tax free account, I can only reload this much. Whereas if I leave this in there, and like in the bear market, let's just suppose strategy goes down like 50%. Like this number divided by 2, which is the 50% drop, is still way bigger than this number. And then next cycle, this number is gonna grow even higher, right? Way higher. And all that's tax free. And like that only becomes more and more true as like with progressive cycles, right? Like yes, there's next cycle, but then if I leave that in there the next cycle, and then we go to like 2034. Then this is gonna be like mega juice, right? We're looking at like 40, 50 million plus dollars I'm getting tax free in like a 4, 6 year or like 8 years, 9 years. So and if I sell it, I'm not gonna have the option to do that, and I can't reload it anymore. You trust the government long enough to leave it? Yeah, what are they gonna do? What could they possibly do? Just what, steal my money or something? Like the only variable in this that makes me like somewhat uncomfortable is like one, there's always a risk that like it just fails, right? Strategy fails for whatever reason, like implodes. Just goes boom. Or two, we go down in the bear market so much that I'm back at the 100K. Right? Okay, if like a nuke's like hard fucking core and my value goes back to this, then it's like, okay, I should just take a profit then. But assuming that this doesn't happen, we don't go back to this value, like nuke that hard, then like the right choice is definitely to leave it long term. Because I'm never gonna be able to like have this base amount to like compound in that account again. Deployed a Hundiddy? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I did. Shout to the best answers. That definitely got me onto that pretty early. Paid off quite well. I forgot what the number is. I think 3 was saying it. There's like, I think he has over like 1,000 MicroStrategy millionaires in his community. Something to that effect. Some like large number. Drake will be proud. Yeah. Yeah. Was it gains from your old software job? Yeah, just work in general. I've never I don't buy shit, right? I've never bought stuff. The biggest expense I have in my life typically is like a new computer. Like whenever like a new like graphics card comes out and the new CPU series, I'm buying that, right? Other than that, I really don't spend money on a whole lot. So I've always just like been building up a bankroll. Like no watches, no brand name clothing, no like crazy car, blah blah blah. Smart man. I mean, I don't know if it's smart. I don't know if it's smart. I mean, yeah, whatever. Like long term, it is smart, but at the same time, like definitely look back at times and think like, damn, like I could have done some fun shit, right? So at the end of the day, you are only like young once, right? It's like, do you want to be like 65 years old in a Ferrari, or do you want to be like 25, 30? It's not quite the same experience, right? So like in that regard, like definitely some regrets, but I am planning to do that like relatively soon. Only thing is like I don't want to waste money on that stuff unless it's like a small percentage of my like wealth. Like if like buying like a $1 million Lambo is like 0.5% of my net worth, then like fuck it, I don't care, right? But if it's like 5%, 10%, that's like too much of like a hit. Because it goes out to the factor of the expenses, the insurance, blah blah blah. Plus like whatever else you're doing with your money. Like if you're trying to like start a business or like invest in some kind of like do some kind of startup like venture capitalist type role. Soon though. Probably when this cycle's done, right? When the cycle's done, I'm definitely gonna go buy some dumb shit for sure. Enjoy myself, enjoy the grind. Enjoy the fruits of my labor. Cause I fucking deserve it, right? God damn. Sitting here grinding like 16 hours a day every day. Built different. Built fucking different. Should I turn into one of those like scam YouTubers? Just posting a video with my Bugatti selling some fucking course for like 10 grand a month. So I'm waiting for this thing right now. I'm also probably gonna get off. Starting to do it, right? Low key starting to do it. Boom, 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 boom. Should we do a juice box? Should we get ready for a juice box? Not really much to talk about though, to be honest. Ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, God. Oh shit. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, nothing really changed from the longs, right? Like this was a long we talked about yesterday, and like this is like the long opportunity, like one of them. So like if you got in this thing, you'd still be in it. Maybe this wick got you, depending on how you did your entry. Stop the up break even. Also depending on like what kind of fees your exchange has. But other than that, like it's gonna be like yesterday's kind of stuff, right? The only long we'd add that wasn't on yesterday would be like if we kind of start to go up from here. If we like sweep this shit and then pull back and like bounce here, kind of thing. Basically. I was kind of say refer to yesterday's days before, because we had the same plans for a while, right? Especially for the longs down here. Like we've discussed these to death at this point. Just beating a dead horse at this point. All these levels, all the way down to like the 90s. We even talked about 92. We even talked about sub 90s. So everyone should be planned and prepared at this point for all that. If not, get caught up. Do the math. And then from above, kind of just like clean the highs into a bullish retest. This whole value node we just drew basically. So look for that. Obviously check the data, make sure it supports this. Gold getting bought up straight. Yeah, this thing is going. Curious to see if it rejects here or not, though. Yeah, I'd be watching the reaction at this like this kind of area. Plus, like, what's the math looking like in like this? Maybe it like sweeps this level. Who knows? However, lots of areas of interest to the upside. Definitely going though. Was it 1 hour? Not looking too weak on the lower time frame yet either, so wouldn't be surprised at all if it kind of blasts through the zone. It's not really like diverging a whole lot yet. I mean, it is like there, but RSI itself is not quite there yet. This thing going? It's going, it's going. I'll keep this in mind. Okay, let's finish the juice box real quick while we watch this over here. In case you want to get into this thing. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, the shorts are the same kind of thing, right? What was I saying? Oh yeah. I think the inverse of like the long, like cleaning the highs and the bullish test does not work. Bullish retest, or like take it like you know, let's just suppose that this does happen, wherever this bounce is. Like that, this is gonna be the short you're looking for. Like, whether this long bounce works or not, like this is the short you're gonna be looking for. Plus, like a lot of math aligning in this zone. We'll kind of say like the 108 level. Clean. 108.1k zone. If you want to see like strong edge though here, like I'm looking for like multiple strong pieces of confluence. But like, you're getting very close to territory, just getting fucking ripped on, right? So definitely be careful with this one. If not, even give it like time, right? Let it like put in some like reversal structure, like do something like this, or like do like a swing fail up here of some of this garbage in the lower time frame, and then get in on it. Because there's definitely a world where this holds and we go up here and it just starts blasting off. How much Bitcoin is up there in the order book? Did they reload the walls or no? 1078. 200, 350, 500, 900. Yeah, there's like 2k or so now, so they definitely added like 800 Bitcoin or so back to that. Like I would say like it's kind of like losing the golden pot, like losing this zone, but it's already a little late for that. Like I'm sure a lot of people like took this kind of trade. So you're a little late on that one if you wanted to get in on this move down. If you like really, really want to be risky with it, you can get in on this kind of like levels being lost. Just be very mindful that we could like bounce any of these zones, right? Like the longs that we've been talking about for a while, we could like rubber band back up pretty quick from any of them. So if you are gonna try and take that, like I wouldn't put some crazy size in it, and I'd probably be shaping pretty aggressively as well. So yeah, keep that in mind. We'll leave that one as a we won't put it in the juice box. We'll just leave it as a little secret for the people that are here paying attention, right? Personally, I wouldn't be. I don't know if I'd be entertaining that too much. I'd much rather taken this one, or got into the highs that we said yesterday, right? Like yesterday, kind of emphasized how ideally if you're gonna get in the short from this range, it's gonna happen up here. Because once you get down here, it's the risk is like way higher. Yeah. Okay, let's delete this. Dying. Curious to watching how gold plays out out of curiosity, but how's the rest of this stuff doing? This is like it's doing a failed auction too, right? Basically at the top of this value node. Potential short setup happening right now in hype too. Keep that in mind as I get off here. Might be shorting this thing and algo. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm out of here. How long has it been? It's been a while, right? 4 hours or so. Nice, pretty juicy stream. A lot of yapping. Bit of nerding out. Checked out some alts for some potential longs and shorts down the road. Let's do a quick chat shout out. We got a Viral Media. Shout out to 3. Shout out to Andy Surfer. Shout out to MB. Shout out to Harris. Some music stop. Fuck. I think that was it, right? Aside from Sosa. Yeah, shout out to Trader Sosa. That was it. In terms of streaming tomorrow, I might stream during the day. Or like maybe like early afternoon. I'm not sure. Because tomorrow's like a holiday here. So there's like a pretty big fireworks display in the evening where I live. So I'm probably going to be going to see that. So I'm not going to be streaming in the evening. Or if I do, it'd be like really late. I'd get on at like 10, 11 p.m. for a bit. Just kind of yap and get off. We'll see. We'll see. And no promises. Because during the day, I like kind of just nerding out right in silence, dialed in. Because you have to be paying attention to like the options market and everything else a lot more in depth. So I don't like the distractions. I don't even like them when I'm streaming as is. So even more so during the day. But we'll see how the day's playing out, right? If we like make the moves and I get in my trades and there's nothing else to do, then yeah, maybe I'll hop on during the day. And if I'm not, then worst case, we'll be back the day after. So the 3rd. Should be what, Wednesday? Or sorry, Thursday. Yeah. For now, I'm out of here. Later. I'm tired. I get these stitches removed soon, so I'm happy, excited for that. But yeah, I'm gonna let these things heal some more. Take it easy for the night. Definitely gonna be watching this, the hype and algo for shorts. Definitely got both these on my mind right now. So Just gotta look at some data, and we'll see if we get in these things in a bit or not. Don't be surprised if I'm in both of those things tomorrow. But yeah, I'm out here. I'm tired. So later.